All is not well with this well. We got a graveyard. Dunwich Crouton. 1848 to 1862. That is not a long life, partner. Croissant Le Breton. 1860 to 1886. These ones are too old to be legible. The bunkhouse. Flush it just for fun. Wash up. H. Halloway. It's very locked. Halloway's pin. Plus 20 max hit points. This guy's just chilling by the fire. Must not be a very good fire. Howdy, stranger. I'm Hobart Buppert. You're what? Oh, I mean, hi, Hobart. I'm Stick Guy. You seem like the traveling sort. Mind doing a fella a favor? It's the favor. Thing is, my only dream in life is to see an owl skeleton. That's quite a dream. I heard they got one at the petting cemetery, but the what? Petting cemetery. Is that what it sounds like? Exactly what it sounds like. But see, I ain't got the meat for a ticket. You want a loan? Nah, I got no prospects of paying it back. But I got a camera, and I figured if you went to the cemetery, you could take a picture of their owl skeleton and bring it back to me. Sure, I'll do that. The owl camera. It's a camera with an owl-shaped aperture. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'll be back. I'm going with number 2. This guy seems very focused on his beard growing. I can respect that. The buttery biscuit. Don't be this guy. See bartender for darts. It's probably dangerous to interrupt this. Just two old friends, reminiscing about good times and occasionally showing one another their guns in a non-threatening way. What are these guys up to? Man with the black hat has a huge pile of meat in front of him. The man with the white hat looks broken sad. What you playing, fellas? Pharaoh, but I wouldn't say we're playing. I'd say we did play until this cowpoke ran out of money. How does it work? It's easy. You bet 50 meat and then you name as many pharaohs as you can. Every time you name one, I give you 20 meat. Wait, if those are the rules, how did this guy lose all of his meat to you? He's real bad at it. I'll give it a try. Alright, partner, start naming pharaohs. Tutankhamun. Everybody knows that one. What else you got? You don't actually know the names of any more pharaohs. Maybe you can get away with just making something up? Breadwood Trading Post. It's a post. Trade with it. I don't know why exactly I have to actually give it the money, but you know what? I'll do so anyway. desert eating and drinking gives me the foraging skill. Nice. And mushroom picking pliers. All of those were pretty good takes, actually. Now let's see here. Let's get the foraging skill. Nice. Unfortunately, while you were practicing your techniques, you accidentally squeezed the book into book juice, which it turns out isn't a real thing. And advanced bean craft. There's a recipe for wall-shaped pile of beans that looks pretty interesting. And a temporary mysticality buff actually seems worthwhile. Use the old bean. Unfortunately, you got so good at clearing your mind that you completely lose your memory of where you left the book. Well, looks like some poor son of a biscuit wandered into town. Howdy, cake sucker. Wow, jeez, rude and baffling. Get used to it. We like our cussing here in Brentwood. Sure, fine, but cake sucker? We also like our bread and bread-related products. So I've noticed. Ask about the darts. The sign on the... Ain't got no darts. Sure, give me a drink. Bartender pours a shot of something and slaps it on the bar in front of you. I don't get to choose? No. Well, thanks. Probably best that I didn't actually drink it immediately, since I am at my alcohol limit for the day. Not much of a bar. Want anything? Whiskey and a beer mug? Nah, I'll keep my head clear for a spell. Alright. This guy is grimly washing dishes. He notices you looking at and waves you away irritated. Wait. There's a spittoon. Everyone, we get to look in this spittoon. This is a spittoon, and an unusually full one. Probably best to leave it alone. Look, this isn't Mom and Pop's Family Fun Time Saloon. This is a dive bar in a dive town. The people who drink in here are mainly drifters and desperados. Don't go splashing around in the literal scum of the earth. I'm gonna. Seriously, don't. This is wrong and disgusting. It is vile behavior. I have my face right up to the thing. What's it look like? No, I'm not telling you. Why are you doing this to me? I had to skip lunch today because I couldn't stop thinking about you and these foul spittoons. I've got my hand right. It's not even giving an alternative now. I've got my hand right in there, splashing. La la la, I'm not listening. You find nothing. You are the worst person in the world. I found something, alright. Like a necrotic skin disorder, I bet. Actually, it's a pair of boots, so there, Mr. Delicate Stomach. Boots, great. Boots full of bandit spit. I hope they have to invent a whole new kind of trench foot just for you. I hope they name it after you. You're just jealous of my sweet new boots. For the record, +3 maximum action points is actually fantastic. These boots have been rendered extremely flexible by dint of months spent soaking in tobacco spit. Best not to think about it. Nice. So yeah, these ones gave +1 AP, +1 armor. But I got decent ways to boost my armor. More AP, that's hard to skip. Howdy, Mayor. I'm Stick Guy, here on behalf of the Manifest Destiny Railroad Company. We need to build a bridge in a hurry, so I'm here to cut a deal with you for the lumber. Alright, I believe we can scrape together that much wood. What sort of down payment are you offering? I sort of expected you would just bill us. You want that much lumber with no payment up front? Are you serious? I can probably offer you free train rides. I do enjoy a nice train ride, but that deal would be a real problem. I've already got 7 problems to worry about. Mayor glances at a list of problems posted on the wall and paces around nervously. Offered it. Maybe I could help you with some of your problems? Oh, thank you. I'd certainly welcome any assistance you can offer. You glance at the problems board, which offers a selection of current issues as well as a dire warning. Which problem do you want to offer to help with? Missing mail. Our last batch of mail never got here. We don't know if something happened to the mailman or what. Go talk to Reginald in the bunkhouse. He used to be a mailman, so he can tell you where to start your search. Overdue book. One of the library's 4 books was checked out and never turned back in. Installed logging permit. Whole swaths of forest are still standing and we can't chop them down. Soup shortage. The town's soup kitchen doesn't have any soup in it. Skeletons everywhere. Skeletons keep wandering into town and poking people in the eye. Missing yeast. The town's entire stock of yeast was stolen by the Yeasty Gang. Robbed bread bank. The town's bank was cleaned out by the Baker boys. There's a note at the bottom. Last time the mayor let this list get over 3 items, we chased him out of town with his breadstick nailed to the top of his head. No wonder he's so concerned. Oh, this is the post office. This is the library. The soup kitchen. Yeast armory. And the bank. Well, let's pick up some info on the main quest. Howdy, are you Reginald? Who the focaccia are you? Name's Stick Guy. Mayor's got me investigating some missing mail. Said he'd give me a line on where to start looking. Oh yeah, alright. I gave up being a mailman a couple of years ago, but I doubt they changed the system much. All the mail headed here used to go through a way station just southwest of here. I'll mark it on your map. Alright. That is not southwest of here. That is northwest. Still, let's visit the petting cemetery. Oh, it's crazy hot out here. Desert is just the worst. If you stay here too long, you could end up like one of those charred black skeletons clacking towards you. Yeah, I'm reasonably confident heat won't be that effective. I guess it will. Alright, the usual. Oh, I thought I'd have one more. I miscounted. Okay, well. Handful of loose teeth. And a couple of skeletal bones. Skeleton bones. Pet and cemetery. Real quick. Okay, I spent most of my XP at the end of last time. Oh, pet and cemetery. Neat. A what? That don't sound right. Must be like an exhibit of animal skeletons. Come on, let's check it out. You go on ahead. I've seen enough skeletons to last me. Howdy, welcome to Gorman Lancaster's one and only pet and cemetery. It's educational and entertainment and only 500 meat for a lifetime pass. Pet and cemetery? That's right, with a wide variety of guaranteed genuine animal skeletons, and you're free to touch them to your heart's content. Well, with your hands, that is. No riding. Can I feed them? You can try. Neat. Interest you in a membership, fella? Hang on. Oh, I wanted to ask about entertainal. Welcome to the stream, Sib. Howdy back at ya. That's exorbitant. It's a lifetime membership. If you were younger, it'd be worth more. Fair enough. Just hold still for a second while I memorize your face. Okay, go right in, and thanks for your patronage. That doesn't sound like the most consistent strategy. This is a skeleton of a jackrabbit. In a pinch, the jackrabbit can help you change a wheel on your wagon. Pet it to increase my speed for the rest of the day. Flag says a pack rat skeleton, but there's nothing here. Nuts. Oh, I can only pet one animal skeleton a day. Currently in a very slightly less of a hurry to get places than when it was alive. Buffalo skeleton, but there's no buffalo there. Hawk skeleton. Hawks resent being mistaken for falcons and will shoot you if you do it too many times. Bobcat skeleton. Bobcats are known for their ferocity and the weird high-pitched noises they make when telling jokes. Desert ape skeleton. There's nothing here. And also, you're pretty sure there's no such thing as a desert ape. This is an owl skeleton. If you want to know how many fireballs it takes to get to the center of an enemy skeleton, just ask an owl. And I took the picture for Hubert, or whatever his name was. Well, let's visit Hellstrom Ranch. Winnie takes a shortcut through what you take to be an old cow graveyard. Suddenly, the entire graveyard's worth of bones clatters together into a giant antagonistic pillar of evil. Antagonize it back? I'd rather protagonize it back, but I'll go with that option. Cairn cow. Set up bean shield. Summon a bean golem. Cast butterbean. Ungolith horn, and a brass bull ring. Huh, I think I could wear that. I must be wrong. Found a needle in a haystack. Must have had a real barn burner of a party here. Whoa, what the heck is that? That's it. It's gotta be. Gotta be what? That's where the cows came home from. How do you know? I just know. Look at this place. Look at that thing. It's like someone went and tore a hole in nothing. What else could it be? Guess we better check it out. Bringing this will attract the attention of at least one infernal cow. Oh, hang on. Let's go ahead. Oh, I don't quite have enough for foraging too. The only part of this shed that didn't burn was the part this horseshoe was attached to. Guess it really is good luck. Got a lucky horseshoe. What does the horseshoe do? Pistol attack damage. You pulled some cows from their home dimension and mercilessly slaughtered them, you monster. Just kidding, they're super evil. Got another cow. It has one hit point left. Even if I did nothing, it wouldn't have died. Oh, it's a tainted beefsteak. You pulled some cows from their home dimension. Oh. You prep your skin knife, but all the useful hide bursts into flames and withers away before you get a chance to collect anything. Susie carves another notch in the stock of her rifle. Cow hate flashes in her eyes. Her resolve intensifies. Susie has become stronger. And now, I have the XP to buff my forage. And I buffed use the old beam. You carefully extract the highly alcoholic nectar from the blades of the agave plant. Okay, that was Hellstrom Ranch. Let's head back through Breadwood. Clack and hissing sound draws your attention to a skeleton limping out of the shadows. He's wearing the dry rotted tatters of an old army jacket, and so full of bullet holes that he's more a skeleton-shaped cloud of hovering bone splinters than a skeleton. He must have what they call true grit. Coccyx with a hole in it. Oh, fun. Well, ain't that just delightful? This is where I needed to go. Here's your owl picture. Oh, you look at that. What a beaut. Well, thank you, Stick. I ain't got anything for a reward, but I imagine you'll get some experience points out of it. See ya, Hobart. Well. Oh, and I think we got some silver-plated barbed wire last time. And we'll leave the liquor cabinet alone. I don't feel like spending the needle. I brought a silver fence. Okay, I got some silver-plated barbed wire for you. Whoa, that's the stuff, man. Heck yeah, this'll totally keep the cows away. This is like a real epiphany, man. So you can grow me a crop of cow's bane then? Sure, man. Right on. Well, have the fence set up by tomorrow, right? And then I'll get these cow's bane seeds planted. This stuff grows pretty quick. I should have a crop for you in about 3 days. Thing is, I haven't had a day pass in a while now. While we're up this way, might as well visit the circus. Reach for the sky, clown! You quickly turn around and see a grizzled-looking man in all black clothes, except for his hat, which is white with brightly colored spots. He's pointing a gun at you. Whoa, whoa, whoa! No way I'm a clown. You need to get your eyes checked, bud. Man strides up to you, uncomfortably close, and inspects your face. Seems I was mistaken. Be on the way. Hold on a second. Your hat. Is that a clown skin hat? You know about the clowns? You know the truth? Wish I didn't. Knowledge may protect you. Walk safe, traveler. You too. Bye. I can't outfox him into staying with us. Let's see if I can actually access this now. There seem to be a lot of things that just require outfoxing 3. Might try and take care of that. Let's visit the postal way station. Winnie suddenly gets spooked by something off the side of the trail, and it's easy to understand why. There's a horse skeleton in the ditch, which is probably extra spooky if you're a horse. Okay, but how's it spooky if you're a ghost horse? Like, that might be Winnie's body there. Okay, I can see why that might actually spook her, now that I think of it. Approaching the horse more closely, see the tattered remains of a pair of Pony Express saddlebags on its skeletal flanks. Starboard bag is empty, but the port one contains a skeletal human hand with a ring on it. You conclude that either the horse's rider died with his hand in the saddlebag, or somebody is really sad that the skeleton hand they ordered never showed up, even though they paid extra to have it sent Pony Express. Either way, free reign. So it cuts down the frequency of random encounters. We might use that at some point, but not yet. I like the decent, steady string of XP the encounters give. Feels like if we're gonna sort out a problem with the mail, we ought to be drawing some kind of federal paycheck for it. Yeah, or at least some free stamps. Maybe they'll give us a medal, friends of the post office. As long as they don't mail it to us. No trespassing. Trespass. Stack of old newspapers for a blank postcard. Somebody has removed all of the funnies, so there is literally no reason to care about them. There's an article in here about how they had to change the name of a nearby cemetery due to so many skeletons being raised there. You mark down the cemetery's location on your map. Reboot Hill. There's an undelivered letter underneath the stack. It's addressed to Roy Bean. You got an item. Letter to Roy Bean. His cabinet is full of maps, but you have no idea what any of them mean. Maybe you could ask about it at the post office in Dirtwater. Yeah, maybe. You don't even want to know what bureaucratic processes were involved in the placement of this outhouse. Alright, well, we got something for Roy Bean, so let's take care of that before I forget it. Small adobe building just off the side of the trail. Young woman working on a broken water pump. Help her fix it. You offer to help, but she just jerks her thumb toward a sign on the front of the building reading, Culligan and Daughters Pump Repair. All pumps repaired effortlessly and expertly. And continue working on it. You'll learn a lot by watching her. Give him the letter. Thanks anyway. And yeah, I recovered the jelly beans. I'll be. Thank you, Stick. I won't ask for details, but I hope they were sufficiently grisly. Now the second jar of jelly beans was stolen by a passel of them weird goblin fellas. Couldn't understand a word they was saying, but they were very insistent. Which way did they go? Northwest towards that huge old cactus folks call Old Granddad. Here, I'll mark it on your map, but you can't miss it. We'll visit Old Granddad in a bit. You discover what is either an open grave or a very deep and rectangular pothole. Burial whiskey, grave dirt. Is that a meal? Old wedding ring. Let's visit the post office. I need help tracking down some missing mail. How do you mean? Mail delivery went missing on the way to Breadwood, and I'm hunting it down on behalf of their mayor. Local mail station has a bunch of route maps, but I don't know which one I need. Well, that information ain't exactly secret, but I ain't supposed to just give it out either. Delivery going missing is bad news, though. I suppose it's alright just this once. Wait here a sec. After a couple of minutes, she comes back with a sheet of notepaper. Okay, so each map has a code number on it, you see, based on region and direction of travel. She explains how to work out the code you need and gives you a cheat sheet for reference. Thank her and leave. No mail for me, but I can send a postcard. You already sent a postcard today. Ain't you heard of the Postcard Limitation Act of 1893? No, what's that? Okay, so the government put a restriction The government put a restriction on prepaid postcards of one per citizen per day. Now, why do you think that might be? Well, to reduce the strain on the Nope. That's what everyone guesses, but that ain't the thing. The wagons still make the trip no matter what. How many postcards are on board? Unless when we're talking so many postcards you need a second wagon, but that ain't likely. Sorry, I bumped the button to raise my desk. So, to restrict the free flow of information. To keep the people from being able to say too much through the mail so the left end of the territory don't know what the right end is doing and vice versa. That way they can implement a different rule of law in each area, whatever's most effective to keep them particular folks down. But people can still send letters? Pfft, letters. Who's got time to write out a whole letter in this day and age? But it ain't even got to the real big part yet. What's the first two letters in conspiracy, huh? C-O. Oh, geez, that's right. They're in league with the cows. It's all a plot to keep us docile so they can deliver us up to these hell cows they summoned. You think the government deliberately summoned the cows? There's proof. The plan was referred to in a rider attached to a Senate Farm Aid bill that was passed 11 years ago. And when did the cows come home? That's right, 11 years. There's no way a Senate bill says let's summon cows from hell on it. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Mio. And welcome to the stream. No, not in such obvious words, are you correct? It's all in code and dog whistles like. Go look it up for yourself. Okay, even if I wanted to do that, the capital city isn't even in this territory. It's hundreds of miles away. Uh-huh. And you think that's a coincidence? A C-O incidence? Okay, well, that's very interesting. Bye now. Alright. Back to the postal way station. Hey, thanks for the raid, Mio. Welcome to the stream. I'll shout you out, but I don't think anyone here doesn't know you. There we go. Look, I don't get raided too often, alright? Welcome to the stream, Albert, and Schwoopsy, and Emmy. And Mio, I saw your follow earlier, thanks for that. In case you're wondering about the draw, well, we're playing West of Loathing today. So I kinda have to do this voice pretty much straight through the stream. And Sib, you were already here. I ain't greeting you again. Thank you kindly, Emmy. You find an abandoned crate on the side of the trail, addressed to Fort Treason. I guess whoever was in charge of it figured, well, screw those guys. Got some full canteens, silver bullets, incendiary bullets. We're a little way, so I think the game basically breaks up into 3 parts. The first part, you have to get past the mountain range by opening up the pass. The second part, we're going to have to build a bridge to get across the canyon. And the third part will be whatever happens over here. Rip Sib. Yeah, right now we're working on some quests as we go. Use the cheat sheet to find the route map that leads to Breadwood. Follow the map. And we found Chuck's house. Oh, I didn't actually mean to go to it right away. Something about this house makes you suspicious. You can't quite put your finger on it. The place looks perfectly normal after all. But you can't shake the feeling that there's something very wrong going on here. Maybe you're just being paranoid. I mean, it doesn't look that normal. We got graves out front, dead trees, broken window, and our partner Sally. Tree looks like it wants a hug, but I don't recommend that. It's probably just pretending to be friendly so it can suck out your soul. Something ain't right here. It's too quiet. It is pretty creepy. Feels like someone's watching us. I can feel the hairs on my neck standing up. I ain't scared or nothing, but why are we doing this again? Cellar door. Man, I bet there's all kinds of horror down there, like some kind of medieval torture. So I suppose I should introduce y'all. So this is Sally. We picked her up in the tutorial area. She's our partner. And this is Winnie, again from the tutorial area. She's our ghost horse. We had the option for a pitch black horse and for a horse that was crazy, as well as just a normal horse, but, well, I kinda had to go with the ghost horse, didn't I? Oh wait, I already did that. But it's locked. But is it locked to keep you out or to keep something in? Whoa, it's a Plotco lock. Those things are unpickable. Approach the door hesitantly. You could be getting yourself into a real bad situation. You knock on the door. A voice inside calls out, "Come in, it's open. It's always open." The door creaks open and you step inside the house. The interior is an absolute nightmare. The walls are covered with rusty chains and hooks, as well as a variety of wicked-looking knives and shears. A man of indeterminate age and slightly hunched posture grins widely as you enter, his eyes gleaming. He's standing near a large puddle of blood on the floor. I suppose I should ask, how did the raft stream wind up? Did Sam finally have a breakdown? So you had to end it, or what? Hello, my name is Chuck. Welcome to my little blood and breakfast. Your what? Blood and breakfast. Oh, sorry, I have a lisp. A lisp? Yes, it makes lud sound like lewd. A bed and breakfast. I see. People also tell me I emphasize words oddly, but I don't get that at all. A lot of blood on the floor here. I can't help but notice you have a giant pool of blood on your floor. Blood? Oh, no. I can see why you might think that, as this is certainly blood like blood, but this red like blood, but this is tomato soup. Tomato soup? Yes, I spilled my lunch. Very clumsy of me. I was just getting started cleaning it up when you arrived. There's a kettle on the stove. Little pantry shelf filled with various tins and jars on it. It's nothing very unusual, but you do notice 2 jars of tea leaves labeled Sleep Time and Earl Grape. This is a large collection of steel chains and hooks, as well as knives, shears, and other bladed implements. Everything is covered with rust or possibly dry blood, or possibly both. Aha, you've noticed my collection. Yeah, it's, dramatic. It all belonged to my father, and his father before him. They were butchers. And you? I do a little bit, but not professionally. I broke with family tradition to run my little blood and breakfast. Chuck is staring at you. You notice that his left eye has a tendency to drift sideways as he stares and then reset when he blinks, which is not often enough. Sorry, that's private. That's my blood room. Your what? My bed room. Oh, right. Gotcha. Never mind, man. Excuse me. Yes, how can I help you? You said you're running a bed and breakfast here. That's what I said, yes? Could I have a look at the guest room? What's on the menu, or has a mailman been by recently? It's in the cellar, but I'm afraid it's unavailable at the moment. My last guest has only just checked out, and I still need to clean up the mess. Homemade sausages and tomato soup. I also have a special tea blend that's a real knockout. What kind of sausages? Long pork sausages. My grandfather's own recipe. Did you just say long pork? That's right, I make them longer than regular pork sausages. They're more filling that way. That is puzzling and uncomfortable for many different reasons. You mentioned a special tea blend. Yes, a special herbal blend that puts my guests right to sleep. It's very effective. The mailman been by recently? Why, yes, my last guest was a mailman. Such a nice fellow. It's a shame he's no longer with us. I hope you just mean that he left. I like to think he'll always be here in spirit. Okay. So I need the right plot progression to get access to the cellar. I'm not sure exactly how to approach that, but we got other side quests we can work on right now. And we spotted a mine. Look at the size of that thing. Wow, I heard they grow some big cactuses out this way. That's a blue ribbon winter if I ever saw one. Must be the place Roy Bean was talking about. Can't imagine he was talking about a different 4-story cactus. So yeah, we're here to try and rescue some jelly beans that were stolen by some goblins. Guard blocks your path. Hey, hi, no climbing for humans. I'm here for taking back a jar of jelly beans you goblins stealing. Oh, what? Jelly beans, little colorful sugar things. Oh, little fruit rocks? Yes, those. Those are for the pile. The what? Anyway, no upstairs for human. Maybe we can be trading? Not trading, but you can bribe me. Okay, cool. What do you want? A candy bar. A good human candy bar. Of the bubbles having. You know it? Mean this? Oh yes, wonderful. Thanking you. Can I climb now? Sure. Oh, those are literally just cacti on the floor. A vein of sticky purple goo, and a pile of goblin junk. There's another goblin here blocking another ladder. Hello, no climbing for humans. Too bad. Can I bribing you into letting me climbing? Okay. What are you wanting? Cactus syrup. A delicious vein being in the other room, but losing my tap. Okay, I'm being right back. Dang. I'm not really finding... Before, when I was making my way around, I literally found all sorts of quest items well before I ever need them. This time around, it's not going as easy. There's a skeleton out here in the desert. Not very strange, because people die all the time in the desert. This skeleton, though, is doing arm curls with a pair of iron dumbbells. She doesn't have any muscles, but somehow her bones are extremely ripped and or swole. Let's fight her. Thick-boned skeleton. Set up my defenses. And give her the old butterbean. Oh, you gotta go, Mio. Well, thanks for stopping by, and thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. Have fun with stuffs. Oh, and thanks again for the follow. Extra large boots. Oh, those are actually pretty dang good. Kellogg Ranch brochure. I'll have to look at that real quick. We've already been to Kellogg Ranch. It's a brochure. You're sure of it, bro. Okay, so it was just a way of telling us about the ranch if we didn't already know. You aren't one of us, but gone from this place, interloper. Now you know something bad is going down. Nobody good uses the word interloper. So I could attack, I can't outfox her, but I can put the El Vibrato headband on her to clear her mind. Hold still a second, I just want to put this thing on your head. Oh jeez, what happened? I feel like I overslept, but like for a whole week. Ugh. So what's going on in this mine? Mine? What are you talking about? Look, I need to go find an aspirin. Shoot, see you later. Do I still have the El Vibrato headband, or did that just expand it? El Vibrato cylinder. Keystone punch card. Alright, well, let's see what's in the mine. Hello there, fellow cultist. What? Go away. It's not very friendly. This isn't an knitting circle. Where's your mask anyway? Sure, let's beat him up. That's a powerful attack. Fair enough. Luckily, I'm pretty sure Sally is going to be fine the next fight. Tentacle badge. Little pewter badge shaped like an octopus, I guess. Never seen an octopus with more than 2 eyes, though. I mean, you only have 2. This item goes on your lapel for some spooky resistance. What happened to your mask? I modified it. It made drinking difficult. What happened to your mask? I'll be right back. Okay. That's just rude. It's only usable once for a fight. Gotcha. Oh, we got a cultist mask. More sarsaparilla. Okay, so it's a hat. I wonder if I put that on, can I more or less just ignores you? Deposit of bean iron. Dense bean iron nugget. Cultist ignores you. Okay, so they don't want to fight if I'm wearing a mask. I kind of want to fight them, though, is the thing. Though they will probably keep knocking out Sally. Dear Jeff, the big guy says to stay out of here. Praise be Roberto. Sincerely, Jeff. Madness My Mind level 4. Dense bean iron nugget. Your El Vibrato transponder goes crazy when you get near these rocks. Screen on this machine says Chanho Cha Cha Chano. There are 4 buttons. I want to see the rest of the screen before I figure out what this is. Scrounge for some El Vibrato scraps and some El Vibrato punch cards. The machine emits a loud noise like a duck and slots open. The El Vibrato scraps in your pack vibrate, so you cram some of them into the hole. After 10, the slot closes and reopens, having converted your garbage into a hat. Oh, that's a pretty nice hat. Plus 11 spell damage. That's really solid. I didn't have enough scrap to do it again. Well, okay, bye. Let's visit the Fort of Darkness. You hear gunshots and someone shouting nearby and decide to investigate. This instinct is basically what separates an adventurer from a sane person. You find a bandit in scorched and blackened clothes, wildly firing his pistol at the scenery. Everything he shoots bursts into flames somehow. It's like we got a real character here. I ain't disagreeing. Just send a little scenery to the cow lords below. How's about I send you too? You'll make a fine and dandy pets for my masters. No thank you. Knew I hated this guy for a reason. Let's throw some dynamite at him. Here, try sending your boss's list. This. You pitch a bundle of dynamite at the guy who shoots it reflexively. When the smoke and dust clears, all that's left is a gun, a crater, and a hat drifting down to the ground. We've got the smoking gun. And a black hat. Fort of Darkness. Sounds like some kind of weird chanting in there. Yep, ain't not the typical military hut 2, 3, 4. Don't sound like evil cult hokum either, though. Yeah, the sitar music is a little puzzling. All these cannons have flowers stuck in the barrels. Oh, do I not have any binoculars? Could have sworn I would have. This guy seems to be in a daze, looking around uncomprehendingly at the boots and cobbler's tools around him. Hi there. These are some pretty cool boots you've made. Are they for sale? No. I mean, I'd like to sell them to you, but they aren't mine. Didn't you make them? It's funny how everyone assumes that, but no, these were all made by elves. Yeah, man, little elf guys. They're hard to see, just like standing, just out of the corner of your eye, you know? But I'll just be standing here and just kinda, and then I'm like, oh hey, got another pair of boots in my hands. Guess the elves made some more boots. I haven't made a pair of boots myself in, I don't know, like a year? Years? Something. These elves keep making them, though. I don't know why. Weird. Should open up a boot store. Huh? A store to sell your boots in. They're not mine, though. They're... Right, the elves. But the elves can't be making them just for fun, right? I think they're making them so you can sell them. Huh. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's a town called Dirtwater. You could open a really nice shop there. Huh, that's, it's a pretty long trip. Huh. But, like, it'd be dangerous. I'd be worried the elves wouldn't make it, you know? I'll let you know if I think of anything. This young lady is dressed in fancy, expensive traveling clothes. The whole hardware is made them dirty and ragged. Also, her pupils are about the size of teacups. Wow, hi. A new face. My name's, Irene. She giggles. Everyone here just calls me Mushrooms, so I forget sometimes. Howdy, Irene. I'm Stick. What's your story? Oh, not much to tell. I was hitchhiking to Frisco a few months back, but I stopped here and never got around to continuing, you know? We're like a big happy family here, and everyone's so nice and appreciative of how I know so much about mushrooms. Mushrooms? Uh-huh. They're good for all kinds of things, if you know which ones to pick. If you want, I can sell you a few of my favorites. Would you like to buy a mushroom? This package is extra groovy. You know what? Give me a mushroom. Oh my. That is some powerful stuff. Hey, thanks. What all is here? Just a bunch of tents? Oh, real quick while I'm thinking about it. Spell damage. Speed, max HP. Regeneration. Yeah, let's stick with my regeneration. That's come in handy plenty. So all of these folks are clearly high out of their minds. Pack rat skeleton from the Patton Cemetery. Give her some bones. I got a bone sword. Give her some skull chips. I got a bone chip ring. Leave her to her hallucinations, because I ain't got the gold teeth yet to give her those. Ha, I'm Stick. Salutation, Stick. They call me the Talking Dude because of my extensive knowledge of the principles of philosophy and the arguments and conundrums surrounding its various aspects and interpretations. I bet that's not why they call you that. Can I interest you in a discussion on the particulars of Kurtzian philosophy, Stick? Sure, why not? The Talking Dude begins and you immediately tune out. Blah, 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 necessary and sufficient condition, blah, blah, blah. I see. The deontology of it, blah. Your posture alone is enough to keep him talking. Dialectical materialism, blah. But Zeno said, you keep him talking with the subtlest of body language. Fake a gasp. Fascinate. You got a perk, Curtsian Philosopher. Huh. Actually seems like some of this is rubbing off on you. Oh, that's a good perk. Plus 10 mysticality. Dang. I'm pretty sure that's all I can get from this. Still, I'm glad that I stuck it out for at least a little extra time, because that's a good perk. Mysticality is my main stat. This woman is rocking back and forth, making for as she rapidly flaps her lips with her fingers. Ha! Can't ask her what she's doing? Nothing really, just making dumb noises to entertain myself. It's kind of reminiscent of something, but I'm not sure what. Okay, so this is what the jaw harp is for. It's kind of a musical instrument. You bite the narrow part and then, well, basically just do what you've been doing. She gives it a few experimental twangs and boings, then knocks out a sweet riff. Wow, this thing's a revelation. Thanks, I feel like maybe I should take this show on the road. Maybe try the Jewel Saloon in Dirtwater? Sounds good to me, thanks again. She leaves, plunking that twanger the whole way. Hello. Yes. Hello. Yes, hello. Yes, I'm Todd. Sick, pleased to meet you. So, what do you do around here, Todd? I'm a chemist. I've been researching the properties of some of the local mushrooms. Properties like what? Like how they get you totally wrecked. I'm kidding. They actually have a lot of interesting properties that could be a real boon to medicine. They may even hold the solution to many psychological disorders. Well, that's pretty interesting. The fact that they also get you absolutely smashed is just a happy side effect. I see. If you have any Lactarius typica mushrooms, I can refine them into a more potent portable, i.e. a potion. Fully opens your third eye. Boils up the mushroom and distills the results into a little bottle for you. Go easy on this stuff, it has a real kick to it. Halfway opening my third eye was a 23 boost to my mysticality, so that's pretty wild. This recorder must be from a foreign country where the music is way weirder. This tall, muscular bald man is leading his students in an aerobic workout routine. His voice is powerful, yet disconcertingly soft as he counts off 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Excuse me, what's going on here? Exercise. You must strengthen the body. If the body is weak, the mind cannot be strong. These two are one. Who are you? I'm Kurtz. My methods will usher in a new age of power and will. Can I exercise with you? You do not have the proper attire. Before muscle comes skin. Before skin comes clothing. You look around and sure enough, everybody else is wearing the same strap pants and weird fuzzy headband. I have those clothes. Kurtz fit headband. Kurtz fit pants. Gotta love how the sun is managing to hit me right in the face. You got a perk, Curtsian Physique. Plus 10 muscle. Excellent. Now I'm gonna put on my more typical stuff. Oh, there are also the chastity pants. Crates aren't even sealed. Hard tack, field trauma kit, and a canteen. Crack the safe, Army issue sidearm. And I learned the location of a military cemetery. There's only one file in the drawer, and it's a discharge record for a soldier who died from eating poisonous mushrooms. Last entry says she was buried in plot 420 of a military cemetery up north. You mark the location of it on your map. Not bad if I was running a pistol belt. Take the simple one, cannon loading for idiots. This book is so rudimentary that it's insulting to your intelligence even though you don't know almost nothing about loading cannons. I'm guessing that's a quest item. Well, I got a couple of useful things. I can head to the petting cemetery. Maybe I have to give the pack rat set. I noticed you're missing pack rat. Yeah, some hippies stole it. No idea what they wanted it for. There's a reward for anyone who recovers it. Here's your pack rat skeleton. 50 meat and 159 XP. Notice you're missing buffalo. I never actually had a buffalo, but I set up the pedestal just in case. If you can find me enough buffalo bones for a whole skeleton, I'll buy them off you for 50 meat. Only 50? That could be up to 10 years worth of membership, assuming you don't smoke too much. Or in bed. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Great, here's a list of parts. There's a place called Buffalo Pile to the east that's probably got your best bet. And the missing ape. Kellogg stole it to use for anatomy lessons. I actually vaguely remember that now. If we go back to the Kellogg Ranch, we'll be able to grab that thing. Main building, Kellogg's office. Take the desert ape skeleton. A shirtless man in tightly stretched pants charges out in front of you, out of nowhere. No more mushrooms, no more yogurt, no more exploring my inner consciousness while running in place. I'm gonna kill something, kill it, and eat it. Fight him. Got some Kurt's Fit pants. I already had some though, so those aren't good for anything but selling. I have your ape skeleton. Alright. We could go for the buffalo pile, but I'm sure we'll do that at some point. Let's go to the military cemetery. Hand over all your bread or I'll bludgeon you to death. You spot a guy riding down the road on a brown horse, wearing a brown fur hat, carrying a brown shopping bag with a brown loaf of bread. Brown loaf of stolen bread sticking out the top. You can tell it's stolen because the bag has a little picture of a loaf on it. He rides up and brandishes a great big loaf of bread at you. Geez, you sure like bread, huh? Yeah, it's kind of my thing. All right. And we got the item hard loaf. Burial plots or eternal flame. Looks like a cemetery over through the gate. How can you tell? Because the graves are all lined up in neat rows? Yeah. And they're all painted that gross olive drab color. Thought it was just moss. Caretaker's shanty. Caretaker appears to have been shirking his duties for quite a while, judging by the dust and cobwebs. Look at the tools. Well, tool singular. There's a shovel here. Since you already have a shovel, you leave it alone. It's not like you'd be able to dig twice as fast. Look under the chair. It has years worth of lint and food crumbs underneath it. The desk, covered with old paint-spattered newspapers and features a large collection of tiny jars of paint, as well as a jar of fine-tipped brushes, a can of thinner, and a stack of history books. And by checking the flyers on the wall, I find Fort Memoriam. Maybe that's where the caretaker went. Do not touch eternal flame. Goblin is roasting a weenie over the eternal flame. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do that. No, it's good fire. Not wasting it. Sure, why not? Let's beat him up. "24 hit points of sleaze damage." I didn't even know that was a damage tab. This is the bratwurst you got from that goblin in the military seminary. It's kept warm by our gratitude for the boys in uniform who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we might be free to have barbecues. Beyond this grave stand countless rows and columns of tombstones. Well, they're not actually countless. I've counted them, and there are 999 of them. You can visit an individual plot by number if you'd like. Plot 420. It's completely overgrown with mushrooms. You root around in the loose shroomage and find a book. Coincidentally, it's a book about mushrooms. Mycology, your ecology. We'll beat up this person. We got some bones. Real quick, how many XP do we have? Oh, we got a bunch. Excellent. Well, we can go ahead and buff use the old bean. And you know what? A bit more in outfoxing would be nice. It's come up a lot. A bit more wary. A bit more dickering. I can't tell if you're saying that sarcastically, Schwoopsy. A lot of it is just one-day buffs, but since I haven't died in a while, like, I've got a lot of one-day buffs sticking around. Yeah, let's go ahead and buff my grit and my glamour. And my mysticality, because why not? We'll fight one more. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Alexandria Ranch is right up here, though, so why not visit it? Oh my. Looks like we got some cows. Fight. Oh, those were runty hell calves. Okay, I might not have needed all of those buffs. Roasted cow tongue and smoldering leather. And we're that much closer to Susie leveling up again. Scavenge for the Diary of Alexandria. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and read Mycology, Yorkology. You flip through the book and memorize the positions of all the spots on all the mushrooms. Passing fair mycologist. You know more about mushrooms than the average cowpoke. After you're finished reading the book, you absent-mindedly misplace it while musing about mushrooms. You flip through the diary. Most of it is uneventful, describing the life of a woman who lacks books and isn't interested in much else. It ends with a passage about a soldier from the nearby fort warning her about some kind of danger he wouldn't specify. So she moved her most valuable books to the cellar and took the ordinary precautions, boarding up the windows and not leaving the house at night. Turns out that isn't much good against cannonballs. Okay, so her best books might be in the cellar then. Advanced bean craft, let's go. I think that is all of the bean craft techniques. You practice making hills of beans flatter and flatter until they become walls. Unfortunately, just as you finally master the technique, you drop the book on the other side of one of those walls and lose it. Solid steel vault door. Half a cannonball, the front half. You pick up the cannonball and inspect it. There's an inscription that you can mostly read. It says the cannonball came from Fort Treason, and it's got the address stamped right on the surface. This bombardment was done by the army. Okay, but I want to get into the vault and get the books. Dang, someone had a real hate for this place. You don't think it was the cows? Cows don't explode and leave craters like that. At least no cows I ever heard of. Alright, let's visit Fort Treason. Oh, curious cobs. Let's check the trees. Seems that gizmo let us out into the middle of nowhere. Maybe it's the middle of somewhere and we just can't see it because of all the trees. Suppose that might be true, but I don't see how it changes things none. Shockweed extract. This thing looks pretty tough and pretty attentive. Okay. Hang on. El Vibrato construct. Okay, its stats aren't too crazy. Bean shield. Golem. And 5 scraps. You put an end to that crazy machine's century-long reign of terror. Reign of duty, I guess. It was really just minding its own business. Whoa. And I can't even approach because I'm in the wrong place. This is a big portal. In we go. This machine is not switched on, but it has an empty coffee cup in it. Okay, if we want to come back here with 2 batteries, we can make use of it. So now what do you say, Sally? Okay, your dialogue hasn't changed. You know what? We'll go to the professor's house, grab some batteries, and come back so that I don't forget. Hey, it's Wandering Maybe my partner isn't Sally. Maybe it's like Susan or something. Apple soap. Oh, give me some binoculars. And all the needles you can. And I've got an extra pair of those ridiculous pants. And an extra shovel. Alright, now to the professor's house. And hey, we can forge these things now. I don't have enough scrap. Alright, Professor. I'll leave you to it then. In that case, let's go visit Reboot Hill. Hey, over at the side of the road you spot a lone and gloomy grave marker with a lone and gloomy man in a black robe digging up the grave with a shovel. Hey, what are you doing? Hooded figure looks at you and looks at the shovel, looks at the grave and looks back at you. Do I really need to explain? I mean, why are you doing it? Well, it's for necromancy practice, right? I mean, you gotta get bodies from somewhere. That's despicable. This is the necromancer's territory now. Your moral outrage isn't just my concern. Did you just say shrug? Attack him. Give me just a second. Gotta put on the ceiling fan, it's getting hot in here. Okay. Oh. Not what I meant to do, but that works just fine. I got another shovel. Black hood. Reboot Hill. Don't worry, it's just paint. Used to just be Boot Hill, but then everyone started, well, starting up again, and they had to rethink the name. Strange, there's a keyhole in the trunk of this tree. That is pretty strange. I don't know how you saw it. That tree is pitch black. You see the ghost of an elderly woman holding flowers. She seems lost and oppressed, above and beyond what's expected for a ghost. Howdy, ma'am. Is there something I can help you with? Oh, it's so awful. I can't remember. I can't remember at all. Let's start at the beginning, okay? Well, you see, I had 4 daughters. They married 4 brothers, the Smith boys, and after that they each had 5 daughters of their own. Unfortunately, I outlived every one of the 24 of them. You know you're a ghost, right? Oh yes, in fact I died here in this graveyard where they're all buried. I came to visit them and I suppose my poor old heart finally gave out. That's not the problem though. 95 years is a pretty good run after all. So what did you forget? I brought this bouquet of flowers to put on my favorite granddaughter's grave, but I can't remember which of them was my favorite. I'm so ashamed I can't bear to leave until I've remembered. Let's see, well maybe I can help you figure it out. Oh, thank you. I'd appreciate that ever so much. No problem, ma'am. Can you remember anything about your granddaughter? I'm certain her first name ended in a vowel. You died at 95. She was You were somewhere late 30s, early 40s when she was born. So it would have been about 55 years before you died. Anything else? First name was longer than her last name. She wasn't buried next to any of her daughters. She passed at the same age as poor Becky, who was always in such ill health. Favorite hobby was knitting. She knit me a lovely sweater for Crimbo just a year before she died. Becky Smith lived 16 years. And her first name was longer than her last name. It might actually be Pamela Smith. She only lived 16 years. But she's next to Pearl Smith, who was born a lot earlier, meaning she's one of the daughters. Penultimate Becky Smith. Leslie Smith, 19 years. Penelope, Patricia, Lenore. That could be it. Yeah, that's 16 years. First name is longer than her last. Is she buried next to any of the daughters? Nope. 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 I think it's Lenore. You uncovered a coffin that was apparently delivered by mail because it still has the address printed on it. Either that or this was a joke about somebody going to Hellstrom Ranch after they die. I think it's Lenore. I think I know who it was. The names start with an L? Lenore? Granny's face falls and she starts to cry. No, it wasn't her. Oh, I'll never remember. Trouble is, it doesn't seem like any of the rest fit the bill. Oh, so I only get one attempt a day. Oh my gosh, there are more over here. I didn't know this. Billy Spider McKinley turned out to be way more than one. Peggy Immortal, kinda ironic. Wise old Jed Marmot. This time the bar ate him. Round here seems unreasonably soft. Marmot skin cap. Wait, hang on. Wise old Jed Marmot, and we got a marmot skin cap from his grave? I think we have his skin. Gone to the big pie eating contest in the sky, and I got a tripe pie. Biff Bunkerston was a real butt face. Snidley Candlesworth. Sort of like Benjamin Button kind of a thing. Annette Centibomb tried to eat her way out of a bear. Clean Willie Hinks is really gonna hate this burial thing. Buck Jeansley? Nobody ever saw a man die that way before. You know what? Wait in. Bean Shield, Summon Golem, buff my stats, and then fire off the Great Northern Blizzard. It's okay. Most of those attacks targeted us, which means we can do a lot right now. You defeated that whole gang of sweet skeletons. Here lie the sweet gang, may they never wake up. We got the sweet sword. You plucked the sword from the stone, now you're royalty. This sword used to adorn the grave of the sweet gang. Now it adorns the faces of your enemies, briefly. So real quick, what are the artillery sabers stats? +6 pistol damage. I think I'll go ahead and swap that for the sweet sword, because it should do largely the same thing. Except I'll also get a defensive buff from the Moxie boost. And let's use a sharpening strop. Shank Weems, we're reasonably sure he's dead. Drowned in a whiskey barrel. It's what he would have wanted. Loot the Picnic Gothic Cameo for a buff to spooky resistance. Soda crackers, cat's eye, and plum pudding. Open the door. Inside there's a document with a little weird metal object. The document describes a Tontine, the burial wishes of Chet Busterly, with a weird sequence of letters. BTLITR. Huh. Take the document. Got a key fragment. Tombstone is big and fancy and has a door on the front. Lockpick it. Read the document. Hang on. So the first one was BTLITR. This one is OHLGHE. And take another key fragment. And we've got safe cracking too. 22 XP. OIEHT. And take the remaining key fragment. We got the Tontine key. I'm more or less just in here to grave rob. Try to eat a live eagle on a dare. Skeleton doesn't seem particularly threatening, apart from being a general reminder of your own mortality. Hello? Who are you? My name's Bernard, but shush, lower your voice, they'll hear us. Who, the cultist? Yes. Not a fan. They're reanimating dead people's skeletons. I don't want to be reanimated. It sounds horrible. Can you imagine having to walk around without your skin on? How embarrassing, not to mention cold. Sure, well. Plus, it means dying hard enough. Who wants to come back to life just when you got used to being dead, right? I can see that. Please, can you do something? I don't want them to find me. Okay, I'll let you know when it's safe. Paulette Tootsbury. Died of a disease we don't have a name for yet. Territorial scoffing champion. Let's go ahead and dispel them. These cultists look like they're barely maintaining control over that skeleton. Hang on. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna wait a while and see what happens. You hide behind a tombstone and wait. After a few moments, the skeleton wrests itself from the cultist's control and goes on a rampage. Bones and teeth fly everywhere, and none of them belong to the skeleton, if that gives you any indication of how the fight turns out. Seemingly satisfied with the carnage it caused, the skeleton scratches something into the ground, then shuffles off to the south. I'm guessing that would have happened if we had interrupted as well. Take the book. Frightening Topics in Nexmex. Fed Vroom. Grutch. Peninsula Wackersley. Nice lady, but a really unfortunate name. Little slip of pink paper, a discipline slip. So if we examine that, it'll probably get added to my... So it was gathering dangerous mushrooms. And that updated the Necromancer Journal. Oh, I can't resist. Raise skeletal thrall. Examine skull chips in your inventory to enchant them. This book is full of magic spells which don't make any sense to you until you get to the next to last chapter and realize that they're not spells for you to cast, but spells for a skeleton to cast. One of the appendices mentions in passing how to summon a skeleton. A thin blood. I took a hit to maximum hit points for that. But honestly, I think it was worth it. Hit points aren't that hard to boost. Okay, so that's how I make the skeletons. I collect bones and stuff. Okay. See, I knew I got the ability to summon a skeleton in battle a while back, but I didn't actually read the instructions on how to do it. Anyway, let's head back to the entrance. Find that tree with the keyhole. Secret door opens in the side of a tree. There's a chest inside. So now we can open the chest to get an unbreakable ruby. So this is why they formed that tauntaun. Chest contains a lone but extremely large gemstone and a document describing a tauntaun, which you apparently won for despite not even signing up for it. I don't know what a tauntaun is. I'm guessing it's something like a raffle or a sweepstakes. But I ain't heard that term for it before. Well, that was pretty good, though I'm still not sure how I failed that puzzle with the graves. Let's go to Ghostwood. Oh, and we can fight an El Vibrato thing. Oh, sweet. I got a battery for that. Oh my. Well, don't that beat all? An actual ghost town. Weird. How do buildings even die? Well, one good fire would do that. Question is, how does a building die and then stick around as a ghost? Unfinished business? What business does a building have? Mortgage not paid off? Ah, it'd be way more of them in that case. You might expect to be able to just walk straight through the door of a ghost building, but some kind of force is preventing that. I guess you could knock on the force? Your fist makes a distant, echoey plap sound on the bar room door, and a ghostly voice comes out of nowhere. Howdy there, fella. New in town? Yeah, I was wondering if... Sorry, can't do business with you until you have a visitor ID card. Ain't supposed to even talk to you, really? Okay, where do I get one? Try the town hall down the end of the street. Hang on. Someone's mounted a pencil sharpener on one of the balcony posts for some reason. I don't have any pencils to sharpen, though. Not sure you could lead a ghost horse to this, even if you wanted to. Excuse me, I have a ghost horse with me, and I feel like I'm being gypped. You peer through the wall of the stable. Instead of ghost horses, you see a lot of ghost filing cabinets. Ghostly jailhouse seems to be stacked up with boxes of old papers. You don't see any ghostly criminals, but usually there isn't anything longer than a life sentence anyway. This ghostly general store seems to be selling mostly office supplies. Ghost office supplies. Wait. This is a regular cactus. Well, the ghost of a regular cactus. Well, the ghost of a regular cactus with the ghost of a pencil stabbed into it. This looks to be the ghost of the town hall. Looks like a regular town hall. Except, you know, the whole ghost thing. Your fist makes a distant, echoey plap. Ah, a visitor. You'll be needing your visitor identification card? I'll be happy to help fill in the forms. Most living people have trouble holding the pages. You'll be needing a number 3 pencil. If you're filling in the form, can't you just use your own pencil? I will be, but instructions say very clearly that the applicant must have a number 3 pencil. A number 3 pencil? Isn't a number 2 pencil the usual kind? I suppose, but a number 3 pencil is about 50% more official. Okay, where can I get one? Try the Department of Requisitions. It's just next door. In the general store? It's a little more specific these days, but yes. Excuse me, I need a... Sorry, I can't help you unless you have visitor ID. But I need a pencil for... No visitor ID, no supplies. Hello? The general store won't give me a pencil without a visitor ID. No, certainly not. They aren't authorized to deal with anyone who doesn't have ID. So how am I supposed to get a number 3 pencil? Suppose I could issue a temporary visitor permit. You don't need a pencil for that one. Okay, great. What's your last name? Guy? What's your first name? Stick? Middle name? Stick, nice guy. Great. Where are you from, Sticky Nice Guy? Little farm outside Bourne Springs. Bourne Springs? Never heard of it. What's it like? Well, it's not much to look at, but it's home. Bourne, just like it says on the label. That's nice. Alright, how many bars are in the window of the Adjunct Department of Records? Well, it's a quiz to make sure you've actually been paying attention to and care about our little town, instead of just breezing through, to show your dedication. I'm going with 8. Nuts. Alright, Department of Requisitions. Okay, oh wait. The jail is the Department of Records here, so 4 on the door, 6 on the window. Where are you from, Stick Edgelord guy? How many bars are in the window of the Department of Records? 6. Correct. Alright, everything seems to be in order. Here's your temporary visitor pass. Thanks. It expires in 11 seconds. Last name? Guy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so clearly for some plot reason I can't do that. Because that was less than 11 seconds and it still chucked me out of there. Well, why not go ahead and visit the buffalo pile? Fight the skeletons. Got a bone and a handful of loose teeth. Oh my. Holy crap, what the holy crap is that? That's the buffalo pile. I remember my grandpa talking about it. Basically, it's where the early settlers of the territory buried all their dead. Buried? Do you mean haphazardly pile up? No, these are buffalo skeletons. People are buried inside the pile of buffalo skeletons. Had to make some kind of use of them, all right. Tell you one thing, though. I don't remember my grandpa saying anything about a big entrance in the front of it. It's covered with a bunch of ripped up cards. Grutch is gouged into the table. Why is the music getting so intense? You hear a lot of activity down that corridor. Chanting, shuffling of robes, clattering of bones. Scary stuff. You really shouldn't go down there. And tell me what to do. Oh my, I really shouldn't go down here. Okay. Bean shield. Bean golem. the old Bane. Well, I don't think my golem is gonna hang on till next turn. One more blizzard. And I think smelling salts will restore my action points. So if I take 3 real quick. You got a perk, unlimited bones. You have single-handedly put a stop to the cult activity at Buffalo Pile. Impressive. You pretty much have the running of the place now if you need any bones for anything. It's covered in big beakers. Take one. Giant vat of blood. Vat of milk. That's less threatening than the blood. It's a giant vat labeled ichor. Nasty. It's a giant vat filled with lemonade. Atop the slab, there's a skeleton-shaped indentation with a buffalo skull-shaped indentation where the normal human skull-shaped indentation should be. That's a good thing if you keep in mind if you end up in possession of the bones necessary to fill the indentation. Yeah, I'm not finding any buffalo skulls. You look through the bars and see hundreds of buffalo human skeleton hybrids locked in there, 3 to a cell. The keys are arranged on the door. You could let some out if you wanted, but they all look pretty angry. I'll leave them in there for now. Shelves are filled with hundreds of crates, each full of buffalo and human bones carefully sorted. You need some bones or bits of teeth or anything, this would be a good time to grab some. I'm not stopping if we get a few miles down the road and suddenly you and your brother say you need some bones. Grab a buffalo's worth. You consult the list the guy at Petting Cemetery gave you and grab all of the bones. Grab them bones. Buffalo Pile bathroom. They really should use scented candles in here. Clearly the bad toilet. We got a sticky note. A magic word written on it. Poor security practice. So hang on. If we go ahead and examine it, abracadabra. That's got to be important. Bones rule. We got a bottle of buffalo tranquilizers. Wait a sec. We can hide in the wardrobe? You wait and wait for somebody to enter the room so you can eavesdrop on them, but nobody ever shows up because they're all dead. Oh yeah, I remember that. Horrifying concepts of Nex-Mex. Reign of Teeth. I don't have lockpicking 3, and I don't know if I have another whatchamacallit. I don't know if I have another needle. Wait, I should. I bought some off of Wandering Sally. That said, do I really want to use that when I've got so many other skills I could go ahead and upgrade? Go ahead and buff my lava fava. Go ahead and upgrade my grinning skull. And mysticality, because why not? And no sense backing out now. Reign of Teeth. For each page of the book you read, one of your teeth falls out. If it continues this way for way more pages than you thought you had teeth, until you realize that your teeth aren't falling out, but instead you've been learning to conjure new teeth into existence the whole time. Turn over the last page, the book vanishes in a puff of black smoke. Your useless physical form becomes even more useless. Your single-minded obsession with deathly magic has led you to really neglecting your physical form. Minus 25 melee damage. Let's see now. Reign of Teeth. Okay, so this is another spread move, I'm guessing. Oh. Okay, it was just one big loop. Well, alright then. What time is it? Almost 6. Okay, still got a good bit of time. Let's go ahead and... Oh, wait. Not where I meant to go. Let's go to the petting cemetery. And give him the last set of bones. Well, now, these'll do just fine. Just fine. Excuse me while I go wire these together real quick. Sets up the skeleton on his pedestal, then returns and gives me the meat. And just like that, we've got the entire petting cemetery put together. Now we'll go to Fort Memoriam. You stop to investigate a plume of smoke and discover that where it is, there's no fire. Next thing you discover is that it's not so much smoke as the charred ghost of someone who suffered a particularly grisly death. My melee damage is so low. But I'm pretty close to being a master necromancer at this point, I suspect. Okay, they're immune to spooky damage. Oh. Oh my. Oh, they've got massive hot resistance and spooky resistance. I see. 100% on both. Luckily, I do have other options. Got a bit of ectoplasm. Discovered soup stock load. Yep, I was right. A fort full of nerds. That's a heck of a chess game they got going on there. Yeah, it's not totally unlike chess, but the war metaphor is a lot less metaphorical. Also, you don't typically need a tape measure for chess. Looks complicated. My brother took a correspondence course in jurisprudence to improve his rules debating technique. Rufus would have been right at home here. Not many people would walk around in a cow hat this day and age. Not to imply they were ever in fashion or anything. Guy keeps peering intently at the figures on the stable, muttering about line of sight to him. This guy's eating chips like they're going out of style. Wait, he's a nerd. Nerds don't care about what's in style. This guy is excitedly and repeatedly describing his favorite kinetoscope reel. Mom made Rufus stop drinking that brand of soda after he didn't sleep for 4 days and started yammering about putting our cat in a box to see if he was alive or not. This guy doesn't seem interested in this game. He's just noodling around on his guitar. You know what? I'll talk to you. Hey, what's up? Not into the game? I like games. That's why I hang out with these guys, but I've gotten bored of these strategy war games. I want something different. Like what? Well, I like playing guitar, so I was thinking some kind of guitar game, where you pretend you're in a band and have to hit the right chords. It sounds hard if you don't already know how to play guitar. Yeah, but I thought of making like a real simplified version of guitar, but then it wouldn't be much fun for me. I have an idea. Instead of pretending to play in a band, why don't you join an actual band and play for real? I know a place that's looking for talent. Put my guitar skills to actual use? It's not a bad idea. Okay, cool. It's the Jewel Saloon in Dirtwater. Tell 'em I sent you. Thanks a bunch. I'll head out right now. Oh, we lost his music. Maybe I shouldn't have done that right away. Guys, there's a spittoon. Liquid in this spittoon is bright yellow. I feel like that's all that needs to be said about it. I'll never understand you. Alright, well, you crouch down next to the spittoon. From the nauseating sweet stench coming off it, appears that these nerds have been using it as a makeshift urinal, as you may have suspected, but rather they're using bright yellow... The nerds haven't been using it as a makeshift urinal, as you might have suspected, but rather they're using bright yellow lemon lime soda flavored chewing tobacco. Unless... Well, another possibility is that they have been using it as a journal and they're all extremely diabetic. Which, now that I think about it, is a real possibility. In fact, it is probable that both these things are true. Really? You're just gonna put your hand in these nerds' piss and or spit bucket. Just gonna dive right in there, huh? Just gonna splish splash around in that sticky yellow broth of spit and pee with no restraint whatsoever? With a fanfare of sad trombones, a choir of angels retching, a sword rises out of the spittoon, held aloft by a wet, bedraggled, and miserable-looking woman's arm. Since you're already kneeling, the arm wastes no time before tapping you on both shoulders with the sword, splashing your clothes with yellow slime and officially declaring you Stick Guy, King of Filth. Congratulations! The sword clatters on the floor and as the hand drops it with a shudder and withdraws into the spittoon. Deals stench damage instead of physical. Excalibur. Long live the king. Rulebooks for the weird game those nerds are playing. You pore over the rules until you understand them perfectly enough to realize they're playing an entirely different game than these guys are. They're for an entirely different game than these guys are actually playing. Oh well, at least you learned something useful. You're about to walk away from the shelf. As you're about to walk away from the shelf, you notice a book that definitely doesn't belong here. Dangerously Advanced Next Mix. Albert, yes. That is a Guitar Hero reference. You know what? I'm gonna switch into nostalgia mode. I don't know why, I just kind of feel like it. How many times am I going to find Kurt's fit pants? I don't need any more. I'm not even gonna use the ones I have. That said, you know what? I'll stick with what I've got. Ah, I'm Stick. Howdy, I'm Ernie. You the cemetery caretaker? What's this kinetoscope reel you're talking about? How's the game going? Oh man, you haven't seen the Dixon experimental sound film yet? It's amazing. What's it about? Well, there's two guys dancing while a third guy plays a violin into a huge cone. You can actually hear the violin. It's so great. Then a fourth guy walks in. What can he do? What does he do? Nothing. That's when it ends. Sounds pretty avant-garde. How's the game going? Pretty good. We're on a real winning streak. If we'd been in charge of the army when the real war happened, things might have gone a lot differently. Probably the real war was a lot more unbalanced in terms of unit allotments. Okay, so it's helping the on-screen chat. Well, at least that's a positive. Give me one sec. Have been a little bit concerned about the chat, the on-screen chat, for a while now, but I don't know how much people worry about that, so I wasn't overly concerned, but hey, if this helps, then we'll go with this. Are you the cemetery caretaker? Not me. I'm an emergency telegraph operator. Oh, doesn't that mean you should be at your listening post? It's alright, I have my portable. Takes a telegraph key out of his pocket to show you. Hi, I'm Stick. Hi, I'm Buddy. How do you like this game? It's pretty good. I prefer the science fiction version, though. What's it like? It's real interesting. It has vehicles that move without horses and guns that fire more than once before reloading. Well, that sounds real imba. How'd you get into this? I was in the actual war. Made it out with only a few scars and a limp, fortunately, on account of I spent the whole time hiding in a cave. When I heard about reenactments, I signed up to find out what I'd missed. This is probably not a whole lot like what you missed. Yeah, better snacks for one. You the cemetery caretaker? Nope, I'm a dedicated unemployed layabout. Where do you get the money to buy expensive wargaming miniatures? Grift. Hi, I'm Stick. Hi, I'm Jeff. You like this game? Yeah, it's pretty fun. I'm working on some rules mods for naval combat so we can do older wars, though. like conquistadors and Vikings and stuff. Good night, Albert. Thanks for stopping in and watching, lurking and such. Appreciate you as always. Hope to see you next time. Conquistadors versus Vikings would be pretty cool. Man, I know, right? How'd you get into this? Well, I have a lot of time to read at my job, and I mostly read a lot of history, so when I saw a flyer for this historical reenactment thing, I thought it sounded interesting. They'd already quit doing real reenactments by the time I joined, but this is pretty good too. And painting figurines gives me something else to do at work. You the cemetery caretaker? Yeah, that's me. One of the other guys tell you? I try to keep it a hush because people assume you're a weirdo if you work in a graveyard. No, I just happened to be in the cemetery and saw your caretaker's shack. Listen, you should probably get back there. Weird things are happening in graveyards all over, and someone needs to keep an eye on the skeletons. Oh, nuts. Alright, well look. I'm on a real win streak here. I'll go back once it's over, okay? So in order to send him back, I need outfoxing 4. Hey, I'm Melvin. What's with the hat? We're doing historical reenactments. You're playing a tabletop war game. Okay, sure, but a historical one. Anyway, we only switched to this after we quit doing real reenactments. Why'd you quit? It's too much exercise, and also somebody kept refusing to lie down when he got killed. You missed! What's this game you're playing? Oh, you probably aren't familiar with this type of board game. It's a very specialized form of entertainment. What I mean is, you seem to be using Flintlock 4000 rules, but my brother didn't have a set of cows. Well, yeah, we had to mod them in ourselves. Cool, huh? Can I play? Well, the rules are pretty complex. I don't think the others will want to stop to play a teaching game. I already know it. My brother used to bug me to play him all the time so he could test his strategies. Then great, yeah, we're short a player on the cow side. Step right up to the table and grab some dice. Hi, I'm Mike. You seem to be taking this game real seriously. Well, of course, you gotta play to win, otherwise what's the point? Having fun? Exactly, and winning is how you do that. Having line of sight issues? Yeah, they don't let me have my tape measure on the board when it isn't my turn anymore, so I have to eyeball it. Looks like you could get a hit on that front guy. He'd have partial cover, though. Think you mean soft cover. Oh, you're playing 4th edition. Well, yeah, 3rd edition was a total kludge. Man, you and my brother would be bitter enemies. Play their little game. Which battle would you like to recreate? Early skirmish. Huh. Army demon. Army grunts. I have 5 action points. Buffed my stats. With 3 action points. And they keep restoring my action points. Always take out the medic. Why can't the cows? Hang on. Okay. We'll buff our stats. Drop a hell missile. Actually. Why is that not increasing my damage? I'm so confused. Hang on. Okay. Destroy the army medic. Okay, I see one more possibility here. Hellbolt the guy in the back right off the bat. Okay, so Hellbolt doesn't have an action cost. So I'm going to try zeroing in on the one on the top row. Now we'll go ahead and heal. One more Hellbolt to finish. Okay, let's see. Blackest Angus attacks enemies in nearest. Attacks the nearest column with enemies in it. Will attack whatever is directly in front of them. So we don't want to bother with this guy. He'll attack the enemy with the highest mysticality, but I think... Okay, first of all... 3, 3, okay. So that's going to go for the cow cultist. And then the Blackest Angus. Attacks the nearest column with any enemies in it. Okay. First things first. Deal with the medic. And just like that, we got another victory. Oh my. Grenadier. Army Grenadier. Deals 2 damage to every unit on my side. How many hit points do my own cultists have? Okay, so they've got 5. If I don't take out one of them this turn, I have lost one of my units. Attacks whatever directly in front of them. Okay. So we want to destroy one of these ones at the back. Now, a hell heal. I think the only way I win this is if I heal. And then Hellbolt. Heal. Hellbolt, the one at low health. And I've won. Next turn, obviously. Not right now. And early skirmish. We're back to this. Okay, so they literally just buff my action points. So now... he'll attack the enemy with the highest mysticality. I'm pretty sure he can bring down a cow cultist in one shot. You know what? I'm going to try and deal with the one at the back. I have 4 action points. Another missile. Now the thing is, with those 2 still alive, I think I can sustain enough healing to deal with this guy no matter how long it takes. Oh, hell missile. Wow, you're really good at this game. Getting good was the only way to keep my little brother from lording it over me all the time. I feel like we should give you some kind of prize. I've got some leftover guns from when I was gluing figurines together. Want 'em? Sure, thanks. You got an item, a bunch of really small guns. I was just thinking that this would actually be perfect to go and take to that guy who's worried about his tiny elves that are making the shoes for him, and then I noticed, which could also be used to outfit a small army of elves. Looks like I broke your winning streak. Yeah, dang it. Guess you did. GG. Hey guys, I gotta get back to work. I'll catch you next leaf. The other guys reply with a chorus of seas as he leaves. And I think that's about it. And just like that, we can make our way back to the Fort of Darkness to give that guy some tiny guns for his tiny elves. High-tech crate, open with an El Vibrato keystone. Still don't know what to do with the punch cards. Oh, the guy with the elves was in here. Should open up a boot store. Town called Dirtwater. I got just the thing. Wow, what? Look at all these tiny guns. See, with these, the elves will be able to defend themselves on the road to Dirtwater. Oh man, that's so weird. Okay, yeah, cool. He packs his boots and tools together and heads out of the tent. It'll be kind of amazing if he actually makes it to Dirtwater, but stranger things have happened. Stranger things did happen, and then they kept making it happening again and again. Even though, honestly, it's kind of hard to justify. Okay. Let's go ahead and use the old bean. And we'll throw up a bean shield in case it attacks me, but... Oh, I can one-shot it. Never mind. Forge some bean iron cookware. Dense bean iron. saucepan or a colander? Huh. Hang on. I think the saucepan for the extra regen is probably the most useful out of these. Oh, but I've got more bean iron, so... You know what? Give me a colander. Something amazing. You know what? I'll wait until I've hit Master Cookery 3. Speaking of which, I can afford to hit Master Cookery 3. What do you know? Let's go ahead and take that, actually. Something sublime. Elemental resistance, item bonus, or +9 to all stats. You know what? +9 to all stats. A plate of immaculate beans. So, I've got a plate of jumping beans. Oh, I keep forgetting these are only till the end of the day. Not as interested anymore. I'll save those until I've actually got something that I don't know if I can deal with. Soup stock load. Well, joy of joys, another mine to crawl around on. Yeah. Oh, don't be a grump. We might strike it rich, but plus this one smells pretty good. Yeah, I just caught a whiff of that myself. What is that? Let's go see. Unrefined meat nuggets. Lockers have been pretty picked over. Sulfur match and dynamite, though. There's a toolbox on this bench, but it's locked and welded to the bench. Got a monkey wrench. Oh. I didn't even know I'd get access to any new tools. Pool of boiling soup. Knapsack for a cultist mask. I already have one. Okay, so cultists were here. Entry 1. This mine is the worst. It sucks so bad here. I've been in some lousy mines, but this one really takes the cake. Everything smells like soup. The walls are slick with it. I swear I can feel it getting into my pores. If I went to a doctor for a blood test, he'd probably tell me my blood is tomato basil bisque or whatever. We finally managed to get deep enough to hear the master, but it turned out the dang soup table is higher than we thought. We're spending 90% of our time bailing the stuff out now. Only 10% digging. I got noodles in my boots. Hate this so much. Now the dang elevator's busted. It's always making a rattling noise. And the guys off shift couldn't sleep. That finally stopped because the elevator itself stopped and we can't move it at all. Why did we even set up camp here? I had to spend the whole day scrounging around to find replacement 137, 59, and 23-pound compression springs for repairs. We'll install them tomorrow. Boss says we're giving up here and heading into a real deep mine they found northwest. It's a shame we wasted all this work, but it'll be good to get away from this soup. I will never eat soup again in my life. Got the springs installed proper like, with the strongest behind the shortest bolt and so on. Well, there's no time to wrench everything down. Gotta pack. Not like the elevator matters much anyway anymore. I really hope I don't screw up again and forget my diary here. When it's time to leave, I don't think I've ever managed to fill in more than 10 pages in the same diary. It's the last entry. You see 3 different sized bolts on the side of the elevator, which are all very loose. There's a sign that says 3,200 pounds pressure required, and some sort of gauge which currently reads 0. Okay, turning the number 3 bolt, brought it up to 411. Turning it up, the number 5 bolt brought it to 706. Number 7 brings it to 876. Sorry, I just want to check this and I'm too lazy to do the math in my head. So, second one brought it up by 295. And third one brought it up by 161. Okay, is it consistent? Looks like it. Okay. I think the trick here will be focusing on the last number. Because the first one and the last one will increase the number by 1. The middle one will increase the last number by 5. Huh. Okay. Let's think now. Okay. Before we actually do this, I'm gonna pause real quick, hit the restroom, be back in a minute, don't go anywhere, and then we're gonna get to do math. I am terribly sorry that I was muted through giving an explanation of the math behind that. What it boiled down to in essence, because I hate to leave y'all without this, and I know this is the most fascinating thing that you'll hear today, is simply that because the middle bolt was already adjusting the last number in increments of 5, it was pretty clear that we needed to combine the last two so that their one's position would add up in a way that added to 5. We could actually dig into the math behind this, and I might do that on my own time. But basically what this meant is that the number of times we turned the first bolt and the last bolt had to add up to either 5 or 10, so that in order to make that combine well with the times that we turned the middle bolt. And then at one point we found that there was a maximum of 8 turns. So we had to take that into account. Oh man, pit of snakes. El vibrato transponder goes crazy when you get near this crack. It's a lot of heat, but you can take it. You know what? We'll break through this crack to find an El vibrato chamber. El vibrato fluid. Insert the El vibrato fluid. Okay, so we're learning more of what these words mean. Because all of this now says organic. Looks like we got some El vibrato sensor. Hang on. Seltzer, I mean. You know what? We'll leave that there for the moment, and we'll go fight these snakes. Set up the bean shield and the golem. And use the old bean. Now, these are soup snakes. Not to be trifled with. Stewed snake and snake spleen. Oh, that wasn't where I meant to go. But we know that that's an El Vibrato location now, where we can craft El Vibrato drinks. Gotta wonder why Susie agreed to tag along with this guy. Just look at the way that he walks. Oh, tuna cactus. Yuck, it's a yucca. Somebody bent their... Something tells me they're going for some inappropriate stuff there. Shame on them. Alright. Let's visit Fort Treason. You encounter a man who, for some reason, has set up 3 wooden posts sticking out of the ground, with the first one encircled by a pyramidal stack of differently sized stone rings. The man is looking at the stones and scratching his head. When he sees you, he asks if you mind helping him move the stones to the 3rd post. Tell him what you think of his stone rings. I don't understand why that response has a mysticality requirement. I don't feel like that was especially mystical. Demi-culverin in size. Insert your cannonball. You look through the rangefinder on the cannon, but you can't see any indication of anything you want to shoot. You decide not to waste the ball. Real quiet. Guess all the soldiers cleared out for some reason. Cannon still looks in decent shape. Wonder why they didn't take it with them. Must have been in too much of a hurry to lug it with them. Sure is empty. Doesn't seem particularly damaged, like if there was an attack or such. It's a mystery. Well, you go enjoy it. I'ma take a load off for a bit. Got some clove drops and some soda crackers. Artillery target and flare. Oh, I didn't actually read the rest of what I got. Trauma kit. Private Lemon's diary. And military grade whiskey. Oh, and more smelling salts. That's incredibly useful. Private Math House diary. Collage of gravy stains. And key to P.O. Box 114. Let's see here real quick. Let's read Private Math. Oh, and we got a chest full of medals, which gives a buff to Moxie. No surprise there. Let's go ahead and read Private Mathau's diary. Most of Private Mathau's diary is empty. Ink splotches and latrine duty again, blah blah blah. And near the end, though, you start to see notes about the fort's commanding officer, Captain Simon, going off the deep end. As Mathau puts it, being stuck out here in the middle of nowhere doing nothing is driving the captain friggin' bug nuts. When the captain eventually decided that a nearby ranch, occupied by a solitary woman and her book collection, was actually an enemy spy outpost, Mathau felt compelled to warn the woman, but was too worried about getting court-martialed to give her any specific details of the looming threat. In an attempt to prevent an imminent cannon bombardment of the ranch, Mathau stole some ballistic charts and hid them in a post office box during a shore leave in Dirtwater. This place doesn't have any shore, he comments. Unfortunately, the cannons had already been calibrated, and when Mathau returned to camp, he discovered that the shelling had already begun. In his last entry, he declares his intention to start a mutiny, but the diary ends there with no conclusion to the story. Hang on. And Private Lemon's diary. It's private in 2 ways. Private Lemon's diary is pretty dry and not interesting, just a list of the day-to-day duties of a straight-laced soldier up at the hills without anything to fight. Toward the end, though, it starts to mention their commanding officer, Captain Simon, becoming increasingly agitated and convinced that a nearby ranch was being used as a spy outpost. Lemon doesn't sound convinced, but as one annoyingly vague entry puts it, orders are orders. Last few entries have to do with dissent in the ranks and the possibility of mutiny, thought of which Lemon abhors. The rest of the pages are blank. My. Must have been where they stored all the fire. Oh, very nice. I think now is a good time to revisit Dirtmouth. Lots happened there. We've sent a few people out that way, and well, there are a few things we want to do in town. Oh my word, that is a weak monster. 22 hit points. Well, okay then. Open P.O. Box 14 to get the Fort Treason Ballistics chart. This chart is full of details on the precise firing of the demi-culverin artillery cannon. You know what? I bet that cannon could blow the vault door at Alexandria Rance open if you could figure out a way to target it. And we got a couple of folks in here on the stage. Unfortunately, there's some very noticeable input delay that makes it hard to actually make use of that. Hey Lloyd, heard you had something interesting back there. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe my info's too old. I found a note from some travelers that passed through here about 8 years ago. Oh yeah, he was the previous bartender. He got a little trick he used to offer to show people. It's what got him fired eventually. The senator's wife wasn't amused. He rummages around under the bar for a minute, then blows the dust off a tiny piano about 9 inches tall. Here, you can keep the piano so long as you don't ask me about the trick. Need help with anything? Okay. Got hot dog, Grady's fine leather goods, and Tony's. Oh, hey, nice to see you again. Hey, did your elves make the trip okay? Oh, sure, yeah, no problems at all. Been seeing them less and less since the move, though, so I've been making some boots myself just to help them out. Well, that's real nice of you. What can I get for you? Boot polish adds 3 speed to a pair of boots. And he's got shiny boots, shooting boots, and tiger striped boots. You know what? I won't do it right now just because I ain't got a lot of money left. Well, let's see now. I guess if we head back to Fort Treason, we might be able to use those cannon instructions now. Off to the side of the trail, you spot a cluster of little gin blossoms. Blossom gin, and I got green thumb, so I gain XP from foraging. Insert the cannonball. Huh. wonder. No? Huh. Okay, what if I just head to Alexandria Ranch? Oh, the target and flare. That'll give me a clear shot at the thing. I didn't even remember that I had that. Didn't really need to spend the blizzard, but anything I did was gonna knock that thing out at that point. You peer through the rangefinder at the distant smoke you're targeting flare. You consult the ballistics chart and turn the little knobs and cranks and stuff to the appropriate places. You root around in your pack and find a match. If that didn't open up the vault door, then those grapes are probably sour anyway. That little screen shake at the impact. You encounter a goblin chef out harvesting produce, by which I mean knocking lumps off a cactus. Gives you some real side-eye when you see it. Hey you, a human. To keeping away from these lumps that are mine, or maybe I am cooking you instead. What? You goblins don't people to eating, do you? Haha, no gross. I did just say that to scare you away. Did you scared? Jeez, a little, yeah. Nice. So, what's cooking? Lumps. Make a suggestion. Instead of bashing the cactus apart, if you consider cutting it with a knife. What? To considering cactus with knife to cutting? Ah, yes, another chef man's suggesting this, but texture all of wrong. Here, you can having his pants. They don't goblin legs fitting. Kitchen pants. Oh, those are actually pretty dang good pants. Okay, thanks. Actually, what pants am I wearing? Mysticality and action points. It's really hard to even think about letting those go. Blew a hole into the cellar. Percussive maintenance. Advanced Beancraft Volume 3. And How to Cheat at Poker. Cheating at poker is part of the game of poker, but getting caught doing it is disadvantageous. This book purports to turn your cheating into sneaky cheating. Gives you the dirty poker skill. Awesome. Read it for percussive maintenance. Read it. Okay, I can't get anything from it. How to cheat at poker. You will almost certainly get caught. You quickly memorize the entire book so as to conceal the evidence of your dirty dealings. You eat the book. This locked case contains a book labeled Gold Medal Silversmithing. Need lockpick and 3 for all of those. Come to think of it, okay, I've got some decent XP. I can't afford lockpick and 3. That's 1,000. But I could go ahead and buff one of the spells. And why not? I'll go ahead and buff Beam Wall as well. Lots of good stuff, though. Not much that I'm sure I can do at this point. Let's go back to Breadwood. Oh, cursed abandoned well. Curious abandoned well, not cursed. Shockweed extract. Got a bunch of punch cards. A voice says poo-poo. Press the first one. Harsh Buzz. Nichabu. Terminal emits a reassuring tone. You have learned the El Vibrato word for number 4. Ganila. Terminal emits a reassuring tone. You've learned the word for number 0. So, we know 0, we know 4. One, 0, 1, 4. Voice says 1. Number 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Six. 5. Okay, so 1. Oh, wait. 3, 0. I don't know if this is just to teach me the numbers or if I... So, oh, this is where I can put in punch cards. You insert the card into the slot. I learned the words for brooch and central. Return matter offline. Destruction, headwater, cache. Construction, destination. Bracelet, secondary, fluid. Auditory, south, footwear. Heck yeah, I can finally make sense of some of this stuff. Hey, I'm gonna keep putting them in. East local nuisance. So just real quick. Okay, so yeah, it does adjust that to be education. Okay, so we got all of the words for small punch cards. Achievement unlocked. Kuzpa Hopa. I'm guessing that's for learning a lot of El Vibrato. I think I'm out of cards. Education Terminal. Okay, that was useful. I'll be able to actually understand what those things say now. Anyway, back to Breadwood. Caged Canary. An offhand item for spooky resistance. Why not? Okay, let's just take as many of these as we can. Our library's only got 4 books, so it's serious business when someone doesn't return one. Our records say it was loaned out to a lady named Alexandria. That was a couple mayors ago, so I don't know her, but we've got her address. We're running out of trees around here and need to expand our operation a bit. Problem is, we need a logging permit from the next town, and the whole place up and died before the paperwork was settled. The town died? Okay, I'll check it out, I guess. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Soup shortage. We keep a municipal soup kitchen open to help those who are down on their luck, which is pretty much everybody around here. But we've run out of soup and need to find someone to go fetch some more from Soup Stock Load. Breadwood Bread Bowl. This is a bowl made of extremely dense bread. You could put a very dangerous soup in it, I bet. Okay, that one I can actually do right away. Skeleton raids. There's a military cemetery not far from here, and I figure something must have happened to the caretaker because military skeletons keep wandering out this way and causing a ruckus. Yep, the caretaker's back on duty. That's certainly good to hear. Those skeletons were a real nuisance. Sure have a way of getting under your skin. Stolen yeast. We take our yeast supply very seriously here in Brentwood, and that dang yeasty gang made off with a whole lot. Couple of fellas say they saw them loitering around the old brewery, so that's probably back where they made their hideout. We need that yeast back. Old Schmaltz Brewery. The Baker boys cleaned our bank right out, and that's not a bit fabulous if you ask me. Fortunately, they haven't been too secretive about the location of their hideout. Can you get our bread back? I mean, the place is called Brentwood. We have to have some bread. Okay, we got some new locations just by doing that. That's actually good. Anyway, we'll actually go to Soup Stock Load first. Ghost of a Dead Cowboy. He's got 100% spooky resistance, but not fire resistance. Time to use the old bean. Okay, so that was actually a main quest. We had to fix that elevator in order to get through to here to get the extra soup. Okay, I got 5 bowls of soup. I feel like the Necromancer's been investigating a lot of locations that are associated with El Vibrato. It makes me wonder if he thinks there's some sort of tie between that and necromancy. Or maybe he's just hungry for power. Well, we got the floral ring. Hold up. Makes foraging random encounters more likely. Wouldn't be bad, but I think I'm good with what I have for now. Got all 5 bowls of soup. You're a real lifesaver. I was about ready to gnaw my own beard off. That'd have been a shame. Okay, so let's take a look at what we think we can do. The gains are probably pretty straightforward. I don't know what exactly we'll need to do to make use of to get a hold of the stalled logging permit. I do have a potion, I think, that might be able to let me turn ghostly for a day, which could do the trick. Missing mail, we don't know how to get through there. An overdue book. The overdue book is probably just one of the ones up in the cellar at Alexandria Ranch, but I don't know how to break in there. That said, there is the Baker Boys hideout. Let's go for the ones that we know how to do for the moment. Bakery. Oh, those guys. These teenagers seem dispirited. They're trying to drown their sorrows with big mugs of water. Maybe they misunderstood the idiom. Hey, you boys wouldn't know about some bread that went missing? Ah, Nets, I told you we'd get caught, Billy. Shut up, Jerry. Way to just blab everything, dude. Calm down, you two. The mayor just wants his bread back. Hand it over and the trouble you're in will be minimal. Ain't that simple, mister. We sold that bread for meat to start up this bakery. Why? 'Cause we wanted to make something of our lives. Everyone in Breadwood is just bums. Plus, like, everyone needs bread, right? So we figured we'd make it big. Okay, well, no problem. But take the mayor of the bread you've made and call it even. Yeah, no problem, except the fact that we don't know a dang thing about making bread, it turns out. All we ended up making with this is weird lumps. Ah, ain't that true, Billy? The last loaf we tried was almost right. That ain't true, Billy. The last loaf we tried was almost right. Yeah, sure, that one was nearly edible, but we're practically out of ingredients. Maybe I can help. I might know someone who can help you out. Do you two know Louise Lathrop? Oh, who's that? She might just be the solution to your problems. Let me head on over where she lives and talk to her for you now. Okay, let's go get Louise Lathrop. You know, somewhere that's hiring a baker, heck, even unpaid would be better than this if it comes with room and board. I just want to get out of here. I do happen to know of a bakery that needs some help. Really? That's wonderful. Oh, geez, I can't go like this, though. I'm filthy. Nobody ever let me step foot into their kitchen looking like this. Do you have a bar of soap I can mooch off you? Sure, no problem. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You give her a bar of soap and directions to the bakery boy's bakery, and she sets off to find somewhere to take a bath before her job interview. Cool. We got one. You see Louise Lathrop busily baking bread. Billy Baker hops to his feet as you enter. Hey, thanks for sending Louise over. She knows a ton about baking. Yeah, we're gonna be major league bakers with her around. No problem, fellas. Let me grab enough bread to settle things with the mayor and we'll call it square. I thought I'd be able to give them all of those things that I have found that could solve that quest, because there were a lot of options there. Okay. Back to Breadwood. Any luck recovering our yeast from the bandits? No. Did you get our bread back from those miserable baker boys? I sure did. Thank goodness for that. Another missed payday would have caused a riot for sure. Glad we avoided that. Head up to Old Schmaltz Brewery. Oh, and we found Jumble Neck Mines. 4 miles. It's weird that they put a period on the sign. And it's weird that they bothered to carve individual hyphens in a greater than sign instead of just carving an arrow into it. Jumble Neck Mine. Rocks. Probably some mine leavings that got piled up here. Poke around in the rocks but don't find anything of interest. Take some old grease. Except for the dust all over everything and the fact that the guy at the desk is a ghost, this looks like a regular mine foreman's office. Hang on, I want to talk to Susie or Suzanne or whatever. Looks like this place has been shut down for a while. Guess they ran out of ore. I suppose there's reasons a mine might shut down, but that seems like it'd be the most common one. Not spooky ghosts? Probably not. Grab the helmet. I think I've already got one, but why not have another? Work stopped here a bunch of months ago. Take a closer look. You stoop down to take a closer look at the safe. It's a pretty standard heavy-duty safe with a dial-type combination lock. Hey, something wrong with your ears? I told you to get away from there. I'd open the safe. Hi, you little... Come here. We gotta fight with the foreman's ghost. Just throw fire at him. It'll work. You successfully killed the ghost. Killed is probably not the right word to use here. We got the jumble neck mine elevator key, extra grisly jerky, and we can try and crack the safe. Sack of meat nuggets and a weird knife. Thing is, I don't have the strength to actually do any meaningful damage with, oh, silver-toothed skull. Yeah, I don't have any real investment into my melee or gun damage, which might be questionable, but spells seem to get me pretty far as it is. This elevator is pretty dusty inside and doesn't appear to have been maintained for quite a while. It does seem functional, but the control lever is chained and padlocked. You also notice that the shaft is totally silent. You'd expect to hear the rumbling of minecarts and the clanking of pickaxes echoing up from below, but there's nothing. You unlock the lever with the foreman's key and give it a yank. The elevator shudders as it begins to descend, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains and grinding pulleys. Very quickly, it becomes too dark to see and you pull out your lantern. Very slowly, the elevator reaches its destination. You open the door and peer into the gloom. Put your shoulder to the minecart and give it a shove. Trundles down the track and bonks into the big pile of rocks. Oh, we got an old pickaxe. I have a feeling we'll want to give the cart a shove and send it back into here. Got an item, paper bag, and some raisins. Pretty much everything inside is crumpled into dust except for a wax paper sandwich bag and some raisins that probably weren't intended to become raisins. Bent's bean iron nugget. Some kind of rusty spring-loaded ratchet and mechanism with an activation lever. It appears to have latched onto the minecart and pulled it into place. Unstable stick of dynamite. Okay, so if we aim it there, stick that old dynamite in there, and pull the lever. Lever mechanism is rusted and stuck. This is going to require something heavier duty than a can of oil, seems like. I mean, there's a bunch of grease outside, but it wouldn't let me pick it up. Huh. Oh, we got a bag of grease. There we go. Picked it up with the wax paper bag. Okay, everything's as I left it. Grease up that lever. You dump a bunch of grease into the mechanism and use the sandwich bag to sort of gosh it up in there without getting too much of it on your hands. Pull that lever. You yank hard on the lever and it releases the mechanism's wound up springs, launching the minecart down the track with a terrific weighing noise. Off in the distance, you hear a kaboom. Jumble neck mine inside. You give the wrecked minecart a salute in respect of its valor and service. Some kind of weird statuette on the ground. Weird silver idol. This is a tarnished and black and silver statuette in the shape of some sort of creature. You can't tell what it is specifically, or even if it has 2 legs or 4 legs or wings or what, but it's depicted with reverence. Looking at it makes your stomach feel weird, but also like you're starving, but also full to the point of nausea at the same time. This item goes in your offhand. Throw something into the pit. You look through your pack for something that might be good to throw into a bottomless pit. You take the weird, twisty, tarnished silver knife out of your pack and look at it. You don't like looking at it very much. Silver tooth skull. Idle out of your bag. Cursed blood goblet. Good grief, why are you even carrying this thing around? Okay, so hang on. I can cast things in here that seem evil. Yeah, throw the knife in the hole. 53 XP. I think I have a use for the silver-toothed skull, though. I could be wrong. The idol I can toss in there. The weird feeling in your stomach fades away, although you get a sense of, well, it's like if you heard someone chuckle behind you, except you didn't hear anything, there isn't anyone behind you. One thing I'm not tossing in there, though, I should actually go ahead and read Dangerously Advanced Next Mix. Got a skill, Dark Howdy. The book is just the word howdy over and over again, incrementally more horrifying typefaces. Gain 10 mysticality, lose 5 muscle and moxie. Disable opponents for 1 round. Oh, that's powerful. Got a perk, Clouded Eyes. Minus 25 pistol damage. I'm officially useless at everything except spells. Cursed Blood Goblet. The question is, should I go ahead and go back to that ranch and actually complete that ritual? Or should I toss the Cursed Blood Goblet into here? It occurs to me that some of those other things that I tossed in there might have actually been quest items, now that I think about it. Well, back to Old Schmaltz Brewery. Grab some Blossom Gin. Nice of those bandits to hide in a brewery. Yeah, we won't have to go far to celebrate catching them. Whip ourselves up a batch of Busted Outlaw IPA. Oh my. Feller's too scared to talk to you. He's just totally freaked out about the yeast. That guy's hat got knocked off and covered with yeast. Grab it. Yeast covered hat. This is a great hat to wear if you and your loved ones absolutely love the smell of dough. Or if you don't mind it and your enemies hate it, I guess. The yeast beast seems to have killed this guy pretty thoroughly. It's a beer vat, or at least it's a vat. It's not guaranteed to actually contain beer. Almost pure ethanol. Ugh. Alright, let's fight the yeast beast. Some kind of crazy yeast monster has apparently broken loose from the vats and eaten some of the bandits. I guess they brewed up something they couldn't put down. They could barely control it. You'll have to hop to it if you want to prevail here. Dive in. 32 armor. But not great mysticality, which means we ought to be able to deal with it. You beat the yeast beast to a pulp. The remains of the horrible yeast beast. I guess you could still take some back to the mayor. It's probably still good, right? Sure. Half ton of yeast. I'm just carrying a literal half ton of yeast. So this whole yeast theft biz doesn't seem to have gone well for you guys. Yeah, no, oh geez, are you a bounty hunter? Relax, the mayor just wants his yeast back. He didn't say anything about hauling you in. Okay, well, the yeast is in that revolting pile. So what happened here? Well, we got bored of bread is all. I know a bit about brewing and we figured that if we came back with a couple of kegs, nobody would mind so much if we stole the yeast. No offense, but it seems like you aren't much of a brewer. Hey, well ideally you wouldn't end up with a ravenous yeast monster. That wasn't my... Okay, I guess it was my fault, but I didn't understand... But I understand what happened. These vats are old and we didn't clean them properly first because we were in a hurry. I think there were some frogs living in one of them. And you figured you could use the extra hops? If you're sure you got it figured out, you could set up shop in Dirtwater. Oh, yeah, it's turned into quite a little metropolis. Love to have my own place. Okay, I'll go check it out. 3 cans of Schmaltz Blue Ribbon. Now he's too grumpy to talk to you. He's just angrily muttering about yeast. Sure, arrest him. You're under arrest. For what? Stealing 2 handfuls of yeast? Yes. And the sentence for that is what? About 3 days in jail? And Breadwood does not actually have a jail? Alright, I'll let you off with a warning this time. Alright, Winnie, let's ride back to Breadwood. the yeast. Find a meteor. Get after it with my pickaxe. Stardust. And I got a bunch of meat. That's nice. Can I buff myself to lockpicking 3? I'm not far off. Let's do a couple more quests. Hopefully we'll get to lockpicking 3. Let's try returning to Ghostwood. If nothing else, I can try drinking that drink that will hopefully... You managed to snag the pencil with the corner of your temporary visitor permit and yank it out of the cactus. Nice. Oh wait, this is a number 4 pencil. Hang on, what? Maybe I just didn't think this through before. Sharpened ghost pencil. Number 3 pencil is sharp enough, and if you grind it down all the way down to a number 2, it might cause a problem. Right, a number 3 pencil. Here it is. That's a number 4 pencil. No, it's 75% of a number 4 pencil. I see. I don't know anything about this in the bylaws. Very well, I suppose it'll do. Let's get you started on that visitor identification permit. Last name, Guy. First name, Stick. Middle name, Nice. Stick Nice Guy? That's not what your temporary visitor permit says. Sorry, this can't be considered valid unless the name matches up. Dang it, I'm stuck with Edgelord. Guy, Stick, Edgelord. Boren Springs. Oh yeah, I've heard of it. It's a real crap hole. Okay, last question. How many bars are on the Adjunct Department of Records? 6. And the windows. Oh, it's all of it, so it's 10. Guy. Stick. Oh, heck. Guy, Stick, Edgelord, Boren Springs, 10. Alright, everything seems to be in order. Allow me to officially welcome you to the town of Ghostwood. Here's your visitor ID. Ghostwood Visitor's ID. Thank you. Say, was it always called Ghostwood or... Yes, total coincidence. Never mind. I want to actually... Mr. Guy, was it? What can I do for you? I don't want to ask for the permit yet. I want to look inside the buildings. Here on behalf of the mayor of Redwood. He needs a permit to do some logging in this area. I see. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I just need to review the login records to make sure there are no disqualifying incidents. Go to the Department of Records. It's 2 doors down. Tell them I need the Breadwood file pertaining to logging. Something wrong? Not yet. I'm just steeling myself in anticipation. Mr. Guy, was it? What can I do for you? I'm supposed to pick up a file on the town of Breadwood. Oh, you want the Department of Records? It's next door. This is the Adjunct Department of Records. Department of Records, how can I help, Mr. Guy? I'm supposed to pick up a file on the town of Breadwood. One moment, please. Breadwood, Applewood, Antiwood, Badwood. Did you mean Bagelwood? No, it's Breadwood. Must be a suburb. Beaverwood, Bestwood, Bitterwood, Bloodwood. Ah, here we are, Breadwood. Which section do you need? Log and records. That section has been downgraded from disuse. You'll need to pick it up from the adjunct Department of Records next door. Bring it back here when you got it. I'll put it in an official interdepartment document transfer folder for you. Is that really necessary? Absolutely. You can't transfer documents between departments without an interdepartment document transfer folder. It's unthinkable. They're not going to let me take it back there then, if it doesn't already have that folder. Great, which file? Login reports for the town of Breadwood. Alright, 1 second. Ah, here we are. But what's wrong? These pages are all loose. I can't give them to you like this. What if they blow away? I'm just taking them next door. They're giving me a documents folder. I'll be fine. No, what if there's a freak gust of wind as soon as you leave here? It would be chaos. What do you propose? Well, fortunately, I happen to be the one person in town officially authorized to use a staple. So you'll staple them together for me? I'd be glad to, but I don't have a stapler. Of course you don't. Don't worry, all you need to do is go to the Department of Requisitions next door and requisition one. So I bring you a stapler and you give me the file. Yep. So I'm starting to get the sense that this entire town died because of this behavior. Knock, knock. Hello, something I can do for you, Mr. Guy? I need to requisition a stapler. First, we need to fill out the requisition form. I figured. Guy, stick, nice. Oh. Guy, stick, edgelord. Cake or pie? Excuse me, your dessert preference. Cake or pie? What does that have to do with... Look, I have 2 boxes here. One says cake and the other says pie. I have to put a check mark next to one of them. Which is it gonna be? Cake. Ugh. Well, despite that, everything seems to be in order. I'll get this filed. Here's your stapler. Got your stapler. Great. Ah, there's nothing better than that new stapler smell. Can I have that login report now? You bet, Kerchunk. Here you go, freshly stapled and wind resistant. Department of Records, how can I help you? Back with those papers. Alright, let me just put those in an official interdepartment document transfer folder for you. Here you are. Breadwood login report folder. There's gonna be more. Okay, I got that file for you. Breadwood login records? Fine, let's have a look at... Oh, for the love of... What's wrong? That idiot stapled pages together right in the middle. This is why we took his stapler away in the first place. The file is unreadable. You're gonna have to take it back to him and tell him to unstaple it. He's gonna need me to requisition a staple remover. Administration wants you to unstaple these papers. Oh, sorry, I'm only authorized for stapling, not unstapling. Try next door at the Department of Records. I think they have an unstapler there. Department of Records. I need some papers unstapled. Okay, I'm fully authorized, so that's no problem. Spoke too soon, didn't you? Well, it's just that I don't see the staple remover anywhere. Oh, that's right, the Department of Libations borrowed it to open beer bottles. What can I do for you, Guy? Mr. Guy? I need a drink immediately. No problem. Beer or whiskey? Beer. Alright, just gotta take your name down for the requisition slip. Guy. Stick. Edgelord. Let me match that up against your ID. Stick, edgelord guy. Yep, that's fine. That'll be 103 meat, including the deposit on the bottle. Bottle of ghost beer. Oh, it's cold. Huh. Do you have the Department of Records staple remover? Sure do. That thing pops out the tops off beer bottles like you wouldn't believe. As long as it removes staples, I'll be happy. Imagine it does, but I'm afraid I'm not authorized for unstapling. You'll have to take it back over to records. Here you are. Here's your staple remover back. Great, let me just have a look at those papers of yours. Adjunct records up to his old tricks again. I see these don't even need to be stapled. That's what the interdepartment document transfer folder is for, after all. Alright, there you go. Are we finally done? Alright, I'm back with an unstapled Breadwood locking file. Alright, let's have a look. Okay, I can't see any problems with this. I'm frankly amazed. Let's get started on that paperwork for that locking permit. God. Stick. Edgelord. Okay, that's fine. I just need to stamp this here. Ka-chunk. And sign it here. Scribble. And now you sign it here. And also here. Initial here. And here. And sign here. Good. Now just take this back to the mayor of Breadwood and have him sign on this line here and initial over here. Are you kidding me? I don't know how to do that. Oh my, this is absolutely awful. Sure, flip some random dude the bird. Excuse me, Mayor, I have some papers you need to sign for that logging permit. Oh, alright. Oh, ghost paper. This stuff is weird. Yeah, I think I need a ghost pencil for this. Here, you can borrow mine. Sign down here and initial over here. After some fumbling with the ghostly pencil, the mayor eventually manages to sign and initial the form. Alright, Mayor. I'll be back soon with that permit, God willing. Good luck. Ranting, flailing man has just burst out of the woods and is running straight for you. He's wearing a strange dome-shaped metal hat which bristles with wires and odd protrusions that crackle intermittently with bright blue sparks. He seems upset. Try and calm him down and examine his hat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, buddy, cool it. I'm not gonna hurt you. The voice, it speaks. Yeah, that's me telling you to cool it. What is this thing you got on your head? These bulbs and coils look a bit more like the stuff my kid brother's always messing with, only more complicated. A loud pop and a bright blue flash blinds you momentarily, and when your vision clears, the man is lying still with his eyes rolled all the way up into his head. Ugh, poor guy. What was that all about? Pick up the strange helmet and carefully stow it in your backpack. Crazy electric helmet. Oh, that is almost entirely negative. Okay, I've got the mayor's signature on this login form. Great, just sign this last line at the bottom where it says receipt. Something wrong? I loan my pencil to the mayor. Excuse me while I go kill everything. Guys, this is the last quest we're going to do. Because this does actually take it out of you. You still got my ghost pencil. I need that. Oh, terribly sorry. I think it's haunting my beard. Ah, here you go. Sign. Alright, that's everything taken care of. Breadwood's login permit is hereby approved. Finally. Wonderful. Processing will take about 48 hours. What? Everything has to be filed and the actual permit has to be printed and so on. You can pick it up in 2 days. Okay, so at some point, we're gonna need to file that. There's one more thing I want to do, but I can't quite remember where I want to do it. There's something that involved a safe cracking skill that I didn't have at the time. You know what? Stop by the professor's house real quick, pick up a couple of batteries. Okay, I got one. And now we can take a moment and visit one of the mines. I can't even remember which one I wanted to go to. I got the XP I need to boost my lock picking. There we go. Why is your mask different? 'Cause I'm the leader of this cell. How can you be down here and not know that? Look, I passed 7 different guys to get here. Obviously, if I weren't meant to be here, that would be impossible. I suppose. Who's this master everyone's talking about? Our great dark master, Roberto. Are you sure you're supposed to be down here? Sure, it's fine. Oh my, that's a lot of stats. One moment. Summon. Summon. Numbers will give us enough of an advantage here, I think. Bean Shield. Bean Golem. The old bean. And then Butterbean. Okay, so the trouble is, while they can take hits for me, they don't really do much. Okay, I'll use Lava Fava. That'll do some fire damage. We might lose this one. You know what? Dark Howdy. Butterbean. Ah, we've lowered his stats enough to where he can actually take damage. Not from everything, but from some things. I should have opened with Dark Howdy. I'm just gonna keep tanking his stats. Okay, now I can't just keep tanking his stats because, well, I'm out of my golem, which was the only thing damaging him. Okay. And we'll use a smelling salt real quick. And what if we just go ahead and summon another skeleton? Cultist Leader Mask. Yeah, let's keep attacking people. Oh, the spooky damage would have done more. Bit strange, but we still won. Sarsaparilla. Clothing fabrication. Antipsychotic headwear fabrication, legswear, or footwear. The trouble is, I don't really have that many. El Vaporado scraps to spare. Let's finish clearing out this cave. Golden Skull does consistently higher damage at the moment because I've upgraded it more. Let's take her rocks. And just like that, we've cleared out the mine. Melee damage penalty minus 22. Range damage penalty minus 25. I'm almost completely immune to spooky right now, though that's heavily because of the meals I had. But you know what? All things considered, I think we're gonna call it there. It's after 8 p.m. here. I've been streaming near on 5 hours, I think. And I reckon it's a worthwhile time to call it for the day. Broke the bean can. So I appreciate y'all who stuck around and everyone who was here before, and if you happen to be watching the stream on my YouTube channel or something, that's mighty fine as well. And I think that's about all we're gonna say, so hope to see you next time on Monday. We'll be back with Octopath Traveler, and hopefully we'll get pretty close to finishing it here soon. But in the meantime, thanks so much for hanging around, and I'll see y'all later, folks.